Hey Skittles, what's up? Apologies, I want to test to make sure I'm coming in good. I can be heard. Hey Skittles, what's up? Just to make sure I'm coming in good. Okay. So we'll do the shouty outs. I don't even have Twitch pulled up. How did that happen? Sounds good. Okay, cool. Shout out at Skittles. No, where'd you go? All right, so let me get my stuff. I am never prepared whenever I come on stream. Like ever. Oh, I had to disable my throwables for the time being. I disconnected the tits from Twitch to try to like reconnect it, and now it won't like reconnect. So it's broken forever. I don't know how to fix it. And it kind of makes me a bit sad, honestly. Okay, let's see. Do. Practice level 1. Okay. So, we are currently going to be working on 51 great animation exercises to master level 2. If you weren't here, or haven't like seen the VODs for the past like few weeks that we've done level 1, we did the ball bounce. This is just a recap. We actually did the ball bouncing in place and then the ball bouncing across the screen. It kind of looks like a little jelly bean. We did the brick falling. We did a simple character head turn. We didn't give them a mouth, but it'll be okay. We did the character blink. Thank you for the shout out, of course. Always gonna shout out the homies. We did Skittles' favorite character, which is the flour sack. So we did the flour sack wave animation. We did the flour sack jump. Look at him. He's a little bunny. We did the flour sack fall, which, considering how fast he was falling, he kind of landed a bit softly, so that just goes to show that I don't know how to animate gravity, if anything. Not yet. We did the flour sack kicking a ball. It almost kind of looks like a penguin, kind of. Then we did the character head turn with anticipation. So it's kind of hard to see, but they're like entire face squishes when they realize they need to like turn their head. And then that all accumulated into the final practice for level 1, which is this character think animation. Although it's more like they're realizing that whoever they're talking to is a bit on the crazy side. But otherwise, we got a whole mouth, we got head movement, like... Look at that! It's a bit rough, but we're getting there, we're getting there. And that was everything in level 1. Now we get to do level 2. Level 2. The brick, the sack! And level 2 is filled with very fun and exciting exercises like character jumping and a walk cycle and taking a deep breath and a run cycle. Huh. I don't know how I feel about any of this. So, we're gonna start with the one I think is the most easy. Nope, that page can't be found. Oh god. How? Alright, crazy people talking about ducks forever in Five Nights at Freddy's. Really? She's not a duck, she's a chicken! Although I can't entirely blame you. Tree falling. Animation. I feel like the tree falling wouldn't be that, like, hard. Maybe? Animation. Practice. Yeah, okay. This is not... I mean, don't get me wrong, it's gonna be difficult, but hopefully it's not gonna be that difficult. So we're gonna do... tree. tree fall. So that means we gotta put some stuff on the ground, like our little no, not that thick. That was a thick line. Sorry, I did some I did a really unique crud. A really unique like perspective shot. Okay, no. I can for some concept art. Don't make fun of my perspective grid. I'm trying. Okay, let's see. Should be something like that. Okay. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna outline our tree. This is probably going to be a very, very sad, strange little tree. Yin would probably cry if she saw how sad this tree was. Okay, there you go. There's our sad, very sad, squiggly little tree. There also needs to be more sacks. We'll look at more flower sack characters. Actually, no, I'll kind of keep that. Okay, so that's We'll say this is 1. And then, so right now I'm just trying to outline like where I want the like, so let's see, if I were to break it like here, then it would, the weight would force it in that direction. So as it like comes up, shoots there, there. And then falls like that. Don't let anyone tell you animation is anything other than you trying to play at physics. Okay, so then we'll say this is 32. I'll grab this and put it kind of in this like midway point between them. And I'll just put on another color because having these things be color coded definitely kind of helps. So we killing trees tonight? Yes. We're killing this one anyway. Or actually, if it's falling that way, then the wind is like, so it kind of has this like speed, like tail kind of effect going on. And we'll say this is about 32 divided by 2. Wait. 32. That's 1, 2, 1. 12. That's 16 would be that midway frame. So in 32 frames of animation, this is where we start. This is the midway. And then this is the last frame. At least that's kind of like the plan we're going with. If that's actually what happens, that'll be a miracle, because I have a tendency to, like, change things, like, midway. So, do that little arc, because animations always happen in arcs. Don't ask me why. It's just how people move naturally. So we're gonna fade that out, and then we're gonna fade out this ground a bit more. It's always good to sort of have like an idea of where the ground is. Let me see. Yeah, so having this little like perspective grid when you draw can help you like ground things a lot better, so it doesn't look like you're like drawing everything freestanding, you know? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna draw this, since this little like base area from like here to here won't be moving, I'm gonna draw that on its own like layer that's stationary. And then we're gonna make this I'm gonna cut that like that. So now, one thing to keep in mind when you're doing animation, like when you want, so this is just an example, but like, okay. So like in illustration, like when you're first learning how to draw, right? You want to be able to vary like your line weight. And what I mean by line weight is essentially like it's the thickness of your line. So like as you can see where the top of my line here is like very thick, and then it kind of has like a taper effect as I lighten up the pressure. That's something that, you know, they teach you. You want your line weight to be varied so that way like you can push and pull things to the fore. And you kind of want that in animation too. But the thing of it is with animation is that if you constantly have various pressure in your lines as the character like moves, this is a terrible example, but okay, say you have one drawing where your line's like this, and then the next drawing it could be the reverse, where like your line's thicker or thinner at the top than it is at the bottom and vice versa. So one thing that you do when you're on a digital program is you turn off your pen pressure. I think that's in preferences. Pen pressure settings. Show pen pressure graph. I think if I take that off, that takes it off. Nope, that does not. Preferences. Performance. There is something you can do. I think they actually moved it to the tools now, where you can like take off the pen pressure. Starting and ending correction. Where is it? Wait, here it is. Okay. All right, so I'm done. But basically, you take off your pen pressure, like, sensitivity. And so when you draw, now your line is entirely... Or rather, it's supposed to be. I think mine has, like, autocorrect on. We'll take that off. But now, like, when... God damn it. But anyways, the ideal is that when you draw, now it's all one solid, like, thing from start to finish. And the idea of that is you want, like, that's not to say that you can't, like, artificially taper, like, your lines for your animation, but when you have everything set to one, like, pressure, it's a lot easier to control what lines need to be thicker and keep that consistent with your animations and your drawings. Pen pressure settings. Show pen pressure F. Okay. All right. But yeah, so anyways, point being is, I'm not entirely too worried about pen pressure. Because I'm just doing practice, and I think there might be even people that are just like, my lines are thin enough, it's not really gonna matter one way or the other, so frick it. But yeah, just pro tip, you know, if you find that your drawings are lacking that sense of, like, consistency, or if you look at, like, the playback animation and you see that your lines are, like, wobbling, like, throughout the whole, like, playhead, turn off your pen pressure. Those are some pretty, like, freaky roots, but you know what? It is what it is. Okay, so now I need a new animation folder. Because Clip Studio literally will not let me do anything without one. And then we're gonna put in a vector layer, so that way drawing is gonna be easier. Yeah. And then we're gonna add a new animation cell. We're gonna delete that. Change that. I know you can't see what I'm doing because it's on, like, the side of the screen that I'm hiding, but turn that back on. All right, here we go. World 1-1, let's go. Probably. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna attach that. Nope, not the layer I wanted to do that on. Tear down the tree. Why do you advocate for tree violence, Skittles? Did I draw all of that on the wrong layer? Yes, I did. God damn it. I hate when I do that. Tree violence! The other thing I did not plan for was anticipation. So our little squiggly tree can definitely be knocked over by like a stiff breeze. Okay, so if we take off our little guide and our onion. It literally looks like it just kind of flinches with that like hard stop. Tree violence! So one thing I'm trying to think about is as this tree is like falling, right? And it's going like this. I'm trying to see how the center like weight of the leaves are. So like when it's standing, it's like right here. And then as it transitions, it goes here and then here. And it as it gets down to like the ground, it'll be here. But I know it may not look like that because I'm kind of like defining the leaves. But this is where learning how like the bouncing ball works comes into play. Because it's easy to visualize like all the details as a solid mass or a circular mass. And then move from there. As the tree is descending to its inevitable and final demise from mushrooms to consume its corpse. Tree violets. Yeah, sure. We'll go with that. I didn't realize chat was thirsty for blood tonight, but I've been surprised by Stranger Things too. Okay, so I'm trying to make this tree fall kind of like quickly. If I remember correctly, it's fewer frames if you want to show speed. Okay, that looks better. Like how it does a little shimmy and then it's like, oh, gravity works. Try to put a little bend in that branch. I'm like out on the edge, so I'm like kind of trying to draw it, but the speed lines are kind of fun to draw, honestly. Okay, so now let's look at it. Now, I typically like putting in color just to make it more like, I don't know, readable, I guess. And I just also really like to color. I feel like if I color in like the big stuff or like the main like weight stuff, it's easier for other people who are maybe just like looking at what I'm sharing to like read it. Oh, so, I can't remember if I've talked about this before or not, but, I might have actually, but, there's this campaign going around right now, or these, like, fan theories. That's just a theory. Anyway, so MatPat is throwing his hat in the ring in, politics. And he created a caucus for like content creators in one of the houses. And so largely what that caucus or like group is that there are content creators that discuss that will help weigh in on like legislation that comes across when it comes to like internet like selling and use of AI and that kind of thing. But it's funny because all he's done is create this caucus, right? This like group for content creators and to put like internet stuff like as more of a forethought rather than an afterthought, because times are changing. Like I had this discussion, I forget who I had this discussion with, but it's like, you know, when I was growing up, and I'm gonna date myself a bit, the internet was like a luxury, right? Like if you had internet in your house, like it was a luxury. It was like having a cell phone. Like, because that too at one time was a luxury. But now the internet is so prevalent and you have so much like communication and commerce that goes on the internet. It's basically turning into a necessity at this point. And that is even with like COVID, right? Where COVID shut down like everything and everybody had to do everything online. But anyways, like I talked with somebody about it and I can't remember who, but they were like, no one needs the internet. And I'm like, well, I mean, a lot of people kind of do actually. And so anyways, so back to MatPat. So it's interesting that MatPat has created this like this group in Congress to help with legislation, but all of the like game theory like fans are like MatPat for 2028 like presidency. And for whatever reason, I have a feeling that either in 2028 or even in 2026, people are gonna put MatPat's name on like the ballot to like vote him in, and he'll like essentially get like a presidential nomination just by how many people want him to like run the country. It really is a tie between him and Markiplier, though, because I know some people have been saying Markiplier needs to run to be president because he qualifies now, too. Honestly, though, like, What would a presidential cabinet of YouTubers look like? Because you either get Markiplier or MatPat as like the top spot, and whichever one's not the president, the other is like the VP. Then we'll get Jacksepticeye in there somewhere. I think he moved to the States, if I remember correctly. God, Jacksepticeye as president would go hard. I could be wrong though. You know, now that I'm looking at this tree kind of looks like a truffula tree. And I hate the amount of like middle school, high school cringe that came from me saying that. Cause I lived the Onceler fandom on Tumblr. I am a 100% believer that the Onceler fandom walked so Loki could run. I don't care how many, like, ads I get for where artists should take their art, I will not go back to Tumblr. I won't do it. But no, the other thing I love about MatPat going into office are people are like, he said he was gonna retire and he's the most unretired person ever. And I was like, at first, like, I kind of understood that because it's like, you know, you're retiring, you should like go and enjoy your retirement. But like, MatPat's still like relatively young, right? So like he's got other things he can do despite the fact that, you know, he left YouTube. I also saw MatPat's Descent into Madness live for Five Nights at Freddy's. I still am. I mean, I can't say I'm not, because I bought a game for a banner I thought I could use on Discord, but can only be used in the game that I bought. So I have Dead by Daylight now because I am weak. So maybe for a game stream you can watch me play Dead by Daylight badly. Very badly. Oh my god. But yeah, no, like, I remember watching Markiplier play it and, you know, get the crown for being the king of Five Nights at Freddy's. And just poor MatPat trying to piece the lore together and all the theories and all the, like, new teaser looks. I have Dead by Daylight for PS4. And I got it for the Silent Hill theme. Okay, so I'm not the only one who's weak. I'm not the only weak one. I think it's cross-platform, so if you want to attempt to survive together while I scream like an absolute ninny, let's go. Actually, I'm gonna be right back, because I've been drinking a lot of soda, so I have to use the little fishy's room. I'm terrible at Dead by Daylight. I think I've played it 5 times. Oh my god. Well, like, I played with, like, bots. And I actually had to replay the hunter tutorial. Because all the bots managed to, like, escape. Like, before I could, like, cut them down or anything. But anyways, that aside, like, I remember when Springtrap was, like, unveiled, and I have been obsessed with Springtrap ever since. That is my favorite FNAF character. And I can't tell you why. Because he's mean, he's evil. He like murderized his entire family to bring one kid back to life. And even that failed, like, miserably. But I digress. Oh my god. But no, like, I actually, my Sona was almost going to be a bunny. I don't know what it is, like what the psychology behind it is, but oh god, and I'm gonna out myself on the internet, but you know what? The internet is filled with crazy, freaky people, and this is my channel, and I'm 18 plus and adulty for a reason. But why is Springtrap hot? Like, why? He's a psychopath. He's a mascot and a psychopath. Or a psychopath in a mascot suit. With like weirdly intense eyes. And it's just... he should be so fugly. But I'm like... yeah, that's my dark, demented husband. I love him. He's an asshole, but god, do I love him. God, I have problems. I need to get that clip from Family Guy where Stewie wants Lois to like hit him or like spank him, and he goes, "Come on, discipline me. Hit me with a wine bottle. Burn me with a cigarette. Da, 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 da." My god, I really do have problems, don't I? I need that clip. I need that clip as a redemption on my channel. Oh my god. But no, I love Springtrap. I love Springtrap so much. So yeah, I saw Discord had a special like promotion where Dead by Daylight got a chapter partner with Five Nights at Freddy's, and I think he's in Fortnite as well. But I don't really care about Fortnite. I mean, if I could survive Repo, how bad can Dead by Daylight be, really? You know what? Considering I died within the first... Okay, so when you download Dead by Daylight, I think I have that saved from when you sent it. I might do some clips later tonight and definitely during the day tomorrow. I'm cooking and doing laundry at the moment. No worries, take your time. But no, so I did the tutorial for Dead by Daylight and I played the little like tutorial mode, and then I was like, okay, I feel confident enough in the tutorial to go play like like an online game with some people. Yeah, I got I got murderized within like 2 minutes of jumping on the map. Oh my god, it was bad. It was terrible. I actually think I do have Dead by Daylight for the PlayStation. Like, I got it like a couple years ago and I played it once with my ex. And that was even more hysterical because like the game was, because we had both bought the game and we had started playing it, and I was learning how to be a survivor and he was the hunter. And I literally couldn't find him anywhere on the map because he was right behind me and I didn't notice. And so he killed me and I like screamed because we were in 2 different rooms. And I guess apparently he had watched me like crouch and sneak around for like 5 minutes. Trying to figure out where he was and where the generator was, and he came up behind me and killed me. And then I just never picked it up after that. God, that was so bad. But no, now that I'm on there, I'm like, I see a couple skins I like. I see a couple like cool stuff that I could like, I don't know, maybe customize my character. And so now I'm like, don't go down this rabbit hole. Please, don't go down this rabbit hole. But I'm like, but they added Five Nights at Freddy's though. And they've got some cool skins for Springtrap. I'm weak. I just realized the DM backgrounds disappeared on Discord. I have to look up who you keep talking about. Oh, Springtrap? Hold on. Uh... Hold on. This is him. Oh my god, can I gush about him? I mean, I technically can because this is my channel, but can I tell you about him? Skittles, please? Please? I love him. I love him so much. The dirty looking bunny? What is it? So Springtrap is what's known as a golden Bonnie suit. And if you don't know who Bonnie is like the bunny. So let me grab a picture. Bonnie's the purple rabbit. You can. I'm still going to mess it up though on accident. Okay, so spoilers for Five Nights at Freddy's ahead, by the way. So if you haven't like played the game or at least played like the first 3, apologies for spoiling it. But anyways, this is Bonnie. Bonnie the bunny. Well, Springtrap is the golden version of Bonnie. But the reason why he's kind of like grotesque and crunchy looking is because when you meet Springtrap for the first time, it's in, I think it's like 3, where basically they like that murderous duck, yeah, kind of like Chica the chicken, not a duck. But anyways, but in the third, I think it's the 3rd game, it's either the 3rd or the 4th. God, I can't remember my games. I've been out of the fandom so long. But anyways, but in the 3rd game, they take like an old Freddy Fazbear's like pizzeria location and they convert it into a haunted house. And you as the night guard are listening to like these training tapes where the guy who owns the like converted haunted house finds this like back room that was bricked up with concrete and he opens it. And this is where Bonnie comes out. Well, so the lore behind Bonnie is that, or not behind Bonnie, but behind Springtrap is, so most of the animatronic suits, like Bonnie, well, animatronics, they essentially have like a skeleton within the like, I know I should be animating and I'm getting off track, but But anyways, they have like a skeleton within the animatronic like piece within the suit that basically allows them to like move and roam around. Well, in Springtrap's case, Springtrap's like golden suit is one of those skeletons that can be pushed like into the suit. So like I know this is a very poor visual aid of this, but But anyways, point being is that in Springtrap's suit, the like exoskeleton for the animatronic can be pushed back within the suit and locked, so that way a person can like jump inside the costume and walk around the restaurant in the costume. And if you're thinking to yourself, like most people, that sounds dangerous AF. That's because it is. Because the spring, and so he's considered to be a what's known as a spring lock suit. And those springs are very temperamental, meaning that they can like release at any given moment if there's too much like if there's too much like movement or water gets into them. So like it's not a good time. It absolutely is not a good time. Well, the guy that made the animatronics, I can't remember if did he make the animatronics? Anyways, so there's this guy, so Freddy Fazbear's is owned in a partnership with these two guys. One guy's named Henry and the other guy is named William Afton. And William Afton is an absolute asshole. Trademark. And so the reason why this Springtrap suit moves around is because the body of William Afton got spring locked inside of it. So his spirit haunts this suit forevermore. And the part of the reason for that is because William Afton has this had this family tragedy where his youngest son got bit by one of the Freddy Fazbear animatronics. I think it was Golden Freddy. And so when he so he becomes devastated by this loss, and so he kind of goes on like a Frankenstein-esque journey to keep his son alive long enough to transfer his soul into one of the animatronic suits, because there's this whole thing that the franchise did with this substance called Remnant, and it's about how souls transfuse with electronic parts and they can be melted down and turned into more possessed suits. Well, anyways, basically, either in part of because of this tragedy or as a result of this tragedy, Afton starts dressing as this Golden Bonnie suit, lures kids to like kind of the backroom areas of the pizzeria, and then ends them and starts messing around with this like very supernatural like fantasy material that is Remnant. And as a result of this, he loses not only his youngest son, his oldest son, his daughter, and his wife, who he may or may not have transformed into Ballora. I don't think it's ever officially like stated that that Ballora is his wife, but it's like very much implied. There's a lot of like things with the overall lore of the game series, but yeah, basically what you need to know is Afton's the main petty asshole TM antagonist of the franchise. Like, he is the like, he is the reason that essentially why all of the animatronics will attack you. Because you're wearing the Night Guard uniform, and Afton often disguised himself as a security, like, guard and wore the guard uniform. So, like, if they see you, not only do you think they're so like in the initial stages of the franchise, if they saw you, they thought you were an endoskeleton without your costume. And so the animatronics, believing that you're essentially naked, would, you know, do the helpful thing and make you not naked. But then as the franchise grew to be what it is, today, in the ever-present convoluted lore that they're adding on now, over time the animatronics started attacking you not because they believed you were an endoskeleton, but because they believed that you were Afton and you were the Night Guard coming back to torment them. He doesn't seem to learn. How many people was that? I think in total, he killed, like, 12 or 18 kids? Or batches of kids? Because he did them in batches of 5. I want to say it was between 10 and 12. It's been a hot minute since I've, like, really been as deep in the games and the lore. And that I watched all of, like, MatPat's, like, theory videos on it. Because now the entire franchise has, like, an insane amount of games. There's, I think, 3 or 4 different book series that expands upon the world and the universe at large. And then Matthew Illard, I'm horribly butchering his name and I apologize. Basically the guy that played Shaggy in Scooby-Doo, in the live action Scooby-Doo, he signed, I think, a movie deal to make like 3 or 4 movies for the franchise. So, like, it's become its own thing. And then they had Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach, which was all about, like, being set in a 80s futuristic mall, and now you've got, like, AI and computer programming involved. And then when they came out with, I think it was Into the Pit, now they're starting to explore the families that were affected by the Afton tragedy. Which I think is a really interesting angle to explore. But I also kind of wish that Afton finally, like, bit the big one. Matthew Lillard has been in so much stuff. He has. But yeah, no. So anyways, yeah, that's basically the deal with Springtrap. And that's like just a very like bare bones summary of everything. The whole thing is like kind of intense and wild and convoluted, and MatPat, like, part of the reason Five Nights at Freddy's has some of the popularity has the popularity now that it does is because of Markiplier and MatPat making videos about it, and how they've kind of become iconically associated with it. Like, MatPat, I think, is like best friends with Scott Cawthon, and was even brought on as like a character consultant for the movie. He actually appears in the movie as the waiter when they go to have like lunch or something like that. And Markiplier actually was initially supposed to be the security guard that showed up in the beginning, but I think he was filming Iron Lung at the time, so he couldn't make it, but I think he's going to appear in other movies. Okay, so let's check out this animation. Oh my god, that looks so good! I actually need to draw animatronic fan. I might. I know in one of the book series, I think it's Fazbear, I think it's the Fazbear Fright series, They actually have a book that has an animatronic like mermaid in it. Sushi had, I mean, honestly, I kind of need to get the book series. Sushi had the book series and I could have read them when we lived together, but I think it was one of those, I like picked it up and I was like, ah, it's on my TBR list. And then I just never did. God, I love how the tree came out. Oh, it's so good. Okay, I think I have 2 more-ish hours, so I think I have enough to do 1 more exercise. We'll do character change in emotion. looks kind of wonky, but there is a method to the madness. But yeah, so we're gonna do character changes in emotion. So we're gonna transition from this happy to this kind of like grumpy, like pose. And as you can see, I'm actually utilizing eyes, ears, and mouth for this. So we're gonna see how well it works. Okay, that's just gonna have to be how it is. So no hard feelings? None whatsoever. There's a guy on TikTok that's like, I think reenacted that entire movie scene for scene, and it's great. Mm. Oh, there we go. I couldn't figure out why stuff wasn't working. Oh my god, that flip. Oh, that's actually really good. You're not kidding, are you? Huh. God, I wanna do a challenge where I reanimate that one scene in Wreck-It Ralph with King Candy where he's like, you're not kidding, are you? And he just does this little like laugh. And then like he can't believe that his entire world is about to shatter, quite literally. And then he goes and he tries to fix it. honestly, in the Disney villain like roster list, King Candy is definitely up there. Not just because of the fact that he was their like model like twist success villain, but also just how crazy, like how simple and how simple his motivation to be evil is, but also how he goes about to like do it as well. Like it's that kind of weird, like, must control everything possible kind of thing that I think not a lot of people talk about when it comes to King Candy. I love the scene where that Candy says something along the lines of, "Please don't put me in your mouth again." My other favorite scene in that movie is the callback to the Wizard of Oz with the Oreos. Oreo. Oh my god, but no, you're thinking of Sour Bill. "Please don't put me in your mouth." No, I don't know. But no, one thing I don't see that gets talked a lot about when it comes to King Candy, like King Candy, right? And this is just kind of me going off on a tangent because I love analyzing. My dad's actually like, "You sound like a college professor." I'm like, "Why?" Because I analyze characters, and he's like, "Yeah, you analyze like story and characters when it can just be like a story." And I'm like, you know, some people may enjoy it for the face value that is the story, and that's okay. That's fine. Me, I like taking a deeper look into things and seeing like why a character may do some of the things that a character does. And one thing that I don't see is or one thing that when I was going around and I was watching like different analyses of King Candy, like people always praise King Candy for like the twist that he was, which if you haven't seen Wreck-It Ralph, spoilers, the twist is that he is Turbo from this other game called Turbotastic. But anyways, it's all praises about him being a twist villain and how it's cleverly like shown through like context in the story and how he acts and some things that he shares in common with Turbo. At least as far as what we glean through what characters are told about Turbo versus how things kind of look a bit sussy with King Candy. But one thing that I saw that didn't really get talked about much was King Candy's like obsessive need to control things. Because like, and the things that he can't control, right, he tries to go with. So like in that one scene where Ralph goes into the castle for King Candy, and the castle is pink because Vanellope is supposed to be like, before King Candy rewrote her code, Vanellope is supposed to be like the princess. You know, she's supposed to be decked out in pink and, you know, very frilly things. But when King Candy overwrote the code, for whatever reason, he couldn't change the color of the castle. So instead of trying to code control the like color or layout of the castle, he just molds himself to it. And so when Ralph makes a comment that the place is pink, Candy, you know, kind of gets defensive about that, and he's like, "No, it's not pink, it's salmon. This is obviously salmon. And salmon is a type of pink. I'm sorry." Wreck-It Ralph, one of my favorite animated films. Too bad the sequel sullied the series. I think there are some good moments in the sequel. Like, I do like the scene with the search engine for that world. I think his name is like Quiznos or something like that, where his autofill is a touch aggressive that day. I like the representations of the pop-ups too. I think they're interesting, as they're kind of like annoying, like peddlers and salespeople. I do think some of the internet jokes have kind of like, it's always weird to try to make like internet jokes in movies, because like by the time that movie comes out with all those jokes that like reference whatever meme that's like big at the time, the internet's like already moved on to something else. God, I don't know what's going on with my eyes. I'm so sorry. I'm talking and I should be dry. I liked seeing the princesses in like 3D animated. I think that was really cool to see some of like the more like traditional like 2D princesses brought in a more modern light. And the funny poke that they're not really like feminist icons because they either marry princes or wait for like, you know, a man to come in and come save the day. Like at the time it was out, it was kind of one of those, okay, this is like kind of cringe. But like when you look back on that period where like there was just this big like hate boner for like all of the Disney princesses, and you actually like rewatch a lot of like the movies they're from, that argument that they're not like inherently like strong women, or you know, they just kind of like wait for things to happen to them, just doesn't like really hold up. And like they're strong, but not in the way that Hollywood wants to write strong women nowadays, where it's kind of that like forceful, like quirky, I am a girl boss, hear me roar kind of thing that's kind of taken over like the modern like sense of what it means to be a strong woman. But like they all had unique abilities that balanced both soft femininity while also being, you know, able to be badass. And you know, we'll take Mulan off the table because obviously we see the strength in Mulan. Like there's a whole movie about it, right? About how Mulan takes her father's place. But like if we look at characters like Cinderella, for example, like Cinderella often gets like chastised because she marries the prince at the end of the movie, and she doesn't really like, her going to like the party is seen as like, you know, she's trying to hunt down a man, you know, to come fix all her problems. And that's really not what happens. It's, she wanted to go to a party for a night of fun, and she had this pink dress that she could go in that her family ruined, like her stepmom and sisters. And she gets depressed about it and she cries, you know, because like she put like her mouse friends, you know, worked really hard to get it completed for her, and she's depressed because now she's not able to go out for like one night of fun, and she's not able to wear this dress, which there's a theory going around that this pink dress was like the dress that her mom had left her before she passed, and so having it ruined like obviously caused Cinderella to, you know, like spiral. So the fairy godmother coming in and being like, hey, I'll get you a dress, I'll get you a ride, but you only have until midnight to have, you know, like a break or like one night of fun. That's her just wanting to like go out on the town. And she happens to be pretty because her family's been starving her, you know, for years. So she's got that like perfect like hourglass. I read the book Ella Enchanted, so that's kind of where I got that from. But anyways, no worries, Phantas. My big issue with Rex the Internet, the film just felt more interested in references than telling a story. I think what it was is it's what we're seeing in Moana, and not Moana. God, I can't words tonight. Moana, where like the first, so you had Moana, right, which was essentially a love letter of creativity and cultural inclusion, and telling the story or in the coming of age story of, you know, Moana deciding if she wants to stay home and be a chiefess or if she wants to, you know, go be a voyager and explore like the seas beyond. And then now, personally, I have not seen Moana 2, so I don't know. But from reviews that I heard about Moana 2 was considered to be made more to be a cash grab for the franchise, and that's kind of what I think happened between Wreck-It Ralph and Ralph Breaks the Internet. The first movie had heart, had core themes. It was a love letter to creativity, and, you know, even though society determines what your role is, you don't have to, like, you're more than what you're expected to be, essentially. And then in Ralph Breaks the Internet, they just wanted it to be something light and fun and more of a cash grab for the series. I think Ralph Breaks the Internet could have worked more as like a spin-off short rather than a full-length movie. Because a lot of the themes that they tackled in the first movie got erased when they went over to the second one. You know? And I get for Vanellope, I get what they tried to do with Vanellope, where she was bored constantly being in, you know, Candy Crush, and she was racing the same trails, and that's understandable. Like, that gets boring after a while, but there should have been a more focus on, like, her and her trying to, like, essentially grow up. And I think they still kind of wanted it to be about Ralph, and Ralph, like, dealing with the potential loss of his, like, best friend. Which shouldn't have been the core theme of the movie, the core theme. It should have been more of, like, a secondary plot, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's one of those things, it's easier to criticize when you're not the one doing it, but I digress. Again, it could have worked really well as, like, a short rather than a full-length feature, in my personal opinion. But, you know, I give a lot of fishy advice, so I enjoy Kung Fury. I recognize the movie isn't an Oscar winner. Yeah, when I go to the theater, all I ask is for the film to respect me and tell a story minimum. Hell, Batman and Robin was a giant toy commercial, and that movie still told the story. That's fair. I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna pay theater prices to go see a movie, it should be something, you know. It should have more, like, oomph, I guess. Which, speaking of, I hear theaters aren't doing too hot right now. I imagine there are a whole lot of factors contributing to theaters hurting, and I'd imagine Disney doesn't help either. If you want insert Marvel movie, a theater has to screen so many showings of a Disney dud. Yeah. I don't know. I feel like... I gotta be careful. I feel like Marvel's gotten kind of, like, bloated lately, like, and this is not just me, like, other people who are, like, way into, like, movies and how movies work, and critics write either in the industry or around the industry, they talk about how, you know, Hollywood keeps trying to release, like, Hollywood used to, like, before, I think it was before COVID, Hollywood used to release, like, 4 to 5 major blockbuster hits a year, right? And I would have to go back and go look at that just to be sure that I'm getting that info correct. But basically, it was like a limited number. I'd agree with you on the MCU, yeah. But essentially, it was like a limited number of like really hard hitters that they would release. And then COVID hit, and COVID kind of threw everything like out of whack. Like for reference, the box office was closed for like the first time since its inception. Like, and the box office didn't even close during like World War I or II. Right? Because that was when they would play newsreels, if I remember correctly. Like, theaters would play like newsreels about like war efforts and stuff like that. But anyways, but I digress. The point that I'm making is that COVID like knocked the box office to like absolute zero, and that was, at least in movies, that was a history making moment. Not a good one, but a history making moment nonetheless. And God, I feel like I'm gonna be like a really interesting and really boring like old person when people ask me, you know, what did you do during all these great changes? I stayed home and I played on my computer all day. That's literally all I did. Like, I know that's horrible to say because it feels like I should be more like involved, more active, and I'm just like, eh. But that aside, but now it's like Hollywood is essentially on this like speed run to get as many like, so back to what we were talking about with blockbusters. So anyway, so Hollywood's now on this like kind of speed run to get as many like hard hitting like movies out as quickly as possible. And the thing of it is what made their blockbusters is because they would only come out with like 5 or 6 a year. You know, they had time to put like the quality and care and stuff into them. And you know, I think part of factors to blame is what happened after COVID, you know, because after places started opening up, they started getting like a lot of money because people had, you know, like stimulus money that they were holding on to, if it even lasted that long, or people had been cooped up for so long and they wanted to like go out and go enjoy things. And so not just corporations, but like corporations, theaters, like all kinds of places just saw this big like increase in profits and revenue, and they were like, oh, this is how it's going to be forever. Not like, hey, this is just a temporary influx for right now. And then, you know, it's gonna like die down and go back to normal. Well, they, for whatever reason, they were like, no, it's gonna keep going up, but to the moon. And that's not what happened. And now we're kind of stuck in this sort of tug of war where like they're trying to come out with stuff as quickly as they can to make maximum amount of profits, to make a lot of money, and have people spend like a lot of stuff, like keep that momentum going. And I think it's been slowing down, and now it's like really slowing down. And I did put emphasis on that second really, but like I don't know. It's sort of like it's sort of like going viral, right? So like, so it's interesting because I actually got, hey Skunk, what's up? Not much. Just chilling, talking, doing some animation-y stuff. Getting too distracted by talking. We'll do a shout out for the Skunky City. But anyways, but no, so like I got on a side of like TikTok, like LOL, thanks, no worries. But I got on a side of like TikTok, like I think it was either like a couple of years ago or like 1 year ago, but it was essentially about small businesses or people that had owned small businesses, and they talked about when they had gone viral, right? And usually when you think of going viral, you think that's a good thing because you've essentially won the internet when you've gone viral and you're famous, you know, for like, I don't know, like a few months, because now you're trending and everything you touch turns to gold, and people who find you just send like a massive amount of orders to like get your products or like talk and interact with you or like this, that, and the other. And the interesting thing about it is that, you know, you have these small businesses that they went viral, they got internet famous, and they talked about how they had to, you know, like take out loans so they could buy more like supplies and materials for their products. They had to hire people to help them just fill as many orders as possible. Some of them even took out like, I think, a second like mortgage on their house, because it was just so much all at once and they were trying to keep up with everybody. And what wound up happening is that they couldn't like get the orders out like fast enough. And so people who had ordered from them, or, you know, their stocks were so limited that whenever they would resupply, they would sell out like almost immediately. And that virality tapered off like pretty quickly, where they had people that would just like cancel their order because they would get it, instead of getting it in 1 to 2 weeks, they would get it in like 4 to 6. A bit of an observation: movie studios are trend chasing instead of trying to maintain the previous systems, as you mentioned, with a few blockbusters and some smaller films being produced by their small studios. These studios are spending billions trying to get that MCU money, potentially pushing the business towards bankruptcy. Yeah, because again, they're trying to get their heavy hitters out as quickly as possible. But the problem is that franchises that ordinarily would be heavy hitters aren't, because it's just not quality. And you see this with like, this is not just like an MCU thing. Like, this is also, you know, and I know we're talking about like these large studios, like we haven't really talked on like indie films or like other studios that are trying to make quality content to get into the theater, because I think I think Sinners came out recently, and Sinners was hailed as like a really good like horror movie. And there are a couple other like movies that are coming out that are being made by secondary studios that look really good. Like one movie I want to see is I think it's called Expendable, but it's about a guy who essentially like he can't die. Like every time he dies, he just comes back. And so I'm really looking forward to that. I think that entire premise is interesting and cool. But again, it's but it's this need to like constantly push out stuff. And somebody said it best, you know, because like if you think about it, Disney's the one that's like in the forefront of everything because of the live action and being for kids and this, that, and the other. And this is not just a Disney problem either. This is another problem that I've like kind of seen people talking about, how there are no spaces and really no real kid and teen friendly content anymore. Now, granted, I want to be adult. I want to be 18 plus. That's the demographic that I want to be. But I can also respect that teens and kids also need their own spaces and their own areas to have things that are purely for them. And of course, it doesn't help when, you know, you have like, when you hear stuff about people doing like unsavory things to kids, or when you hear that, you know, YouTube has a whole section of like kids content, but then like it's not exactly like great content either. Like I think the biggest criticism comes with like CoComelon. I think that's the like YouTube show that's like super popular with like kids, but if you actually sit down and watch it, there's like no real substance to it. And it hasn't helped either that like I think PBS got defunded recently, or is in the process of being defunded, and so like Elsagate and Minecraft YouTuber. But it's just kid and teen content is largely being pushed to the side because they're kids and they're teens. So why does it matter? Right? And the thing of it is, and this used to frustrate, personally, this still does kind of frustrate me. This will frustrate like any animator. Because like you see it in animation, right? Where animation has largely been deemed, oh, that's, you know, that's a medium for children. That's a medium for kids. Like there's no real substance there. And I know I'll sound like a pretentious twat to say that, well, you're wrong because you are. But like, when I think of the movies that I grew up on, right? Like The Road to El Dorado, even new movies that came out, like The Isle of Dogs or Fantastic Mr. Fox, or you know, the classic Disney, Beauty and the Beast, Little Mermaid. Yes, they were animated. Yes, they were hand-drawn. Yes, they were largely marketed to be for kids, but there were a lot of things in them that adults could enjoy as well. And even when I think of TV shows, like, I hadn't personally seen Gravity Falls, but I heard Gravity Falls was like amazing. But like Courage the Cowardly Dog Show, Ed, Edd n Eddy, Avatar The Last Airbender, they dealt with themes that adults could enjoy as well as kids, while presenting their more serious topics in a way that kids could understand or learn to understand as they got older. You're not wrong. The content isn't there like it was. Nicktoon, Cartoon Network, and Disney have really dropped the ball on those segments. Well, they have, because, like, if you think about it, there's no one really there. Like, someone pointed this out. Like, Disney is the pioneer in kids entertainment, right? Like, it is the standing giant that everyone else has to live up to. And even if they have competition, their competition has either been bought out by them or has been bought out by another major studio that's essentially like handcuffed them. I think with the exception of Sony, because Sony produced like a couple of really good animated movies with like the Spider-Man universe, and DreamWorks is kind of weird, because DreamWorks will have a movie that's like kind of a flop, but then will become a cult classic after a couple years. Or it'll have like a major success and then go forward with its like major success. And so it's this weird, so DreamWorks kind of has this weird critical fails and natural like 20s. Sorry, I played D&D recently, so I have D&D on my brain. So DreamWorks kind of has this like really like weird like wave pattern. Although I've heard How to Train Your Dragon live action stays pretty true to its original, and the director for that movie was actually like, I did not want to do a live action remake. I don't like live action remakes, but I made sure that the one I did was gonna be good, because, you know, the last thing you want to hear about a franchise you love is how badly it's disappointed its like major fan base. Which, don't get me wrong, How to Train Your Dragon in the later like movies and TV installment kind of has its own problems, but we're not talking about that right now. Well, Cartoon Network has kneecapped themselves due to Discovery CEO, and Nickelodeon has been coasting for the last decade. Fuck, I can't stand Disney for what they did to Tron Uprising. That's fair. I'm supposed to be doing animation stuff, and I'm not doing that. But I mean, to be honest, this topic is kind of like a dead horse at this point that's like pretty much disintegrated. Like, I've talked about it at length. I know other people have talked about it at length, but the thing of it is that about what studios could do differently that they're not going to, because as long as their wallets are getting fat, they're not going to change anything. But as far as like content for like teens and kids, like Netflix has actually come out with some decently good stuff with like certain movies and stuff. So even though the major studios are kind of like too far at the top where they feel like they don't really need to put forth effort or try anymore, like there are smaller indie projects that are trying to like claw their way up there to like knock them off the throne. And I don't think they realize that. Disney has changed so dramatically in even just the last 20 years. I would love to see a documentary in the future explaining the downfall. I would too, honestly. There is this YouTuber called Defunctland. He talks more about like the parks and stuff, but like he's got some like good stuff. But no, I don't even know if Disney can make it. Like, Disney was on the verge of like bankrupt in the 80s and they managed to turn it around. And I wonder if an indie studio will unseat them in the next like 5 to 10 years. Great channel. I enjoy that dude's content. Yeah. His documentary on FastPass was eye-opening. Well, okay, so apparently Disney came out with like this fun little like scavenger hunt thing where like you get a key and you can go to like different like locks around the parks to like unlock certain areas, and then when you get like all 7 of these like unlocks, you get like this pin, and this key is like $90 essentially, or 60. I think it was like 60. And a lot of people like enjoyed going to the park when those were a thing, because the line to get your like section of the key unlock was like so long that nobody was going on the ride. So like wait times for the rides dropped down to like 5 minutes, where it would have ordinarily been like much longer. Mine got but no, it's just stuff like that. Or like there was the Florida dad that was on the news talking about his very expensive trip to like Disney. Which to be fair, I haven't been to either Disney park since I was in like high school. And it's not that I like don't want to go, because I would like to go. I'm sorry. I'm a Disney adult at heart. Like, I love my Disney movies. I love talking about Disney movies. I love learning how Disney movies were made. I've kind of fallen off. Like, I wasn't as hardcore about it as I used to be, but like, I would still like to go to the theme park, ride rides, you know, have a good time, that kind of thing. It's one of those things that I want to find people to go with and like coordinate a trip between me and the friendos, but because I don't want to go by myself. But whenever I think about it, and I think about how much money it takes to get there, schedule the time to go, I'm just like, that is all super exhausting. No, thank you. Is that bad? I think that's bad. some people live at the Disney parks, and I'm like, how do y'all afford that? But, in any case, oh, and, the whole Google, like, AI studio graphics thing that's come out recently, that's not helping either, by the way. I've never been to Disney Park ever. However, the idea of having to learn a rule book to enjoy a theme park is a bit much for me. Okay, so I think that is more for like the hardcore Disney people, because like I've actually fallen on that like kind of side of things every once in a blue moon, where it's like my plan to enjoy like the most optimal time at the park and how to see everything and this, that, and the other. Like, some of the stuff that they do to try to like see everything is just kind of insane to me. I think if you're gonna go to the park, you should do what you want, when you want, and try to schedule everything that you want to see within like reason. Definitely. I didn't draw the top of the head for this. Honestly, I think if anybody could probably topple big studios, it may actually be Markiplier, because Markiplier's gotten like, Markiplier still does like YouTube stuff, but he's gotten really into like the Hollywood scene, not only with like Iron Lung, but he had a show that he produced for, I think it was Amazon Prime, and they actually attempted to screw him over by having his show release like 3 or 4 days earlier than what it was supposed to. And so he did a YouTube video where he called out to his fans about Amazon trying to release the premiere of this show you know, before it was actually supposed to premiere, and how they needed to get it within the top 10 like most watched shows to basically qualify, I think, for like a second season. And people came out people came out to like watch it and get it in the top 10 spot within like two days, I want to say. I know Vivzy's coming for at least 1 or 2 high studio spots with Hazbin Hotel and Helluva Boss. Sorry, I'm trying to draw and like talk to. Markiplier is authentic and creative, so I completely understand the fan base backing him up. Then there's the thirsty peeps too. Yeah, 100%. But I think it's also a matter of Markiplier is just like an insanely like good person too. And he really has a passion for like being creative as well. I think I actually may have changed the face shape of this person, but you know what? It is what it is. On that note, I will stop distracting you and let you get back to animating. Thanks for the chit-chatting. No problem. I'm about to out myself and keep chit-chatting. I don't mind like doing the chitty-chat and answering questions. Please don't feel bad. I just know that like I go on tangents of stuff, so like I apologize. But I know that I'm making the tarot deck right now. But I do want to produce something that's create something that is story driven, as my own project. No more talking. I encourage the shenanigans. I don't know. I talked with Skittles a bit about everything in the wee hours of what time is it? Of this morning. And I don't know. I'm sure I'll find something that like sit. Hut. Like, don't get me wrong. I know I have my comic. I promise. I know I do. I think about it every day, and the fact that I'm not doing it. But I feel like it's a convoluted, like, mess. I'm trying to get there, I promise. I promise I am. Okay, I think I can do one more like face transition and then I'm good. I'm on a journey to make stickers. At least as of right now. Well, that and animation, but... Oh my god, that looks so good. Actually, what we'll do is we'll move this around a little bit. So we'll give it pauses between the changes. Yeah, I like that. And that was all mostly straightaway animating, by the way. So I'm super impressed with that. We should have enough time to color it and then we'll be done for this evening. One thing I do like about streaming these exercises is it forces patience, because, and the reason why I say that is because ordinarily if I were to look at this list of exercises to practice, right? I would want to blow through the whole thing in like 2 to 3 days, right? And if that's how you learn, right, and how you like sort of retain what you're learning, that's great. But like sometimes when you do that, because you're trying to learn everything so quickly, you forget what you started learning. Whereas this, I'm only doing like, this is step-by-step progress. And I think this is how it's supposed to like be, where you only do like 1 a week, or like in my case, I tend to do, depending on the complexity. When I did level 1, I think I was able to get through like 2 or 3 per week that I did level 1. But now that these are more complicated and I have to kind of like think and plan how I want them to go. And again, also chitty chatting with chat, it helps split my attention enough to where I don't like hyper focus and like get through it as quickly as possible. And again, there's nothing wrong with how you learn, but I think a lot of things in art that when you're trying to, a lot of things that get mistranslated in art when it comes to trying to teach yourself is that the practices and the lessons that you're learning, when they tell you, you know, you need to take a week to do this, or you only need to do this once per week, it's hard to stick to that because you feel like if you don't get through it all within like a couple hours to a couple days, then you're just not gonna learn anything at all in the long run, if that makes sense. And because I plan my animation streams, aka these streams, for Thursdays, like I know Thursday I dedicate time to do this specifically. And you know, I may not always make Thursday, right? Because like, you know, I'm in and out of the lair. Sometimes I have a work schedule, but as long as I can do, you know, maybe out of the month, if I can do like 2 or 3 Thursdays out of the month and purely focus on this for those Thursdays, that's a win. You know, granted, I go for like 4-hour intervals, but you know, if you can only do like 1 or 2, that is still a win. That is still step toward progress. And 1 step toward progress is better than no steps at all. So a while back, I had talked about the documentary that I had watched about George Washington, about the president and unpatriotically I felt like he had insane plot armor to win the revolution. Like fictional plot armor that the author like gives their MC to be like a Mary Sue, you know, can do no wrong, can't fail, even when like there are circumstances going on that are supposed that he ordinarily like would fail. So like in the documentary they talked about how you know, George Washington wanted to be the commander of, you know, the rebel army, and you know, people that were in America at the time, like, you know, history and like the legendary aspect of history would lead you to believe that at the time that every, you know, American was on board with being with declaring their independence from, you know, Britain, and that just wasn't the case at the time. And I think about that, and I think about, you know, the unprecedented times we live in now. And this is not to get like into any like hardcore details, but like like rocks falling, everything's on fire, that kind of thing. And I think about it, and I think about like, so if I was around when oh yes, the monomyth, the legend, but I think about it, and I know it's pointless to like think about, you know, back then and all that, but I think if I had lived during the time of the American Revolution, I would look at the people saying we need to declare independence from Britain, and I would think that they were crazy. I would be like, are you out of your minds? Because, you know, getting taxed with no representation is kind of like a bad thing. And, but like, for me, like, if you think about it, right, at the time, Britain is like the superpower, right? It's the superpower. It's the, like, you know, they have trade all over the place. They're protecting us, like, the people that are in the colonies, essentially. They're protecting us from, like, the other world powers in the New World, and then also, like, the indigenous people, you know, because they've kind of got their own problems, and they're not exactly happy that we're over here either. Which is fair. Don't get me wrong. Completely fair. But, like, I would look at people saying that we should declare independence and be like, we won't survive a year without the help of Great Britain. And I know that that's very, that might be very, like, a very controversial take on it, but I don't know. Maybe I'm not, like, an adventurous, free spirit at heart, because I'm like, I just like to be home. Maybe if I ignore the problem will just go away. Imagine the conflict conversations during the Civil War. Hearing about Lincoln suspending habeas corpus would have been mind-blowing. Oh yeah. I think about the Civil War too. Cause I'm not gonna, like, entirely out myself, but, like, that whole thing is messy. Very, very messy. And the South took the loss very personally. Now, technically, I'm from the West. Like, I was born in Cali, because I'm a California girl. Kind of. I'm a city suburb kid. You put me out in the country and I'm like, why is there no Wi-Fi? Oh my god. But no, jokes aside, like I've spent my whole life growing up in the South, and I actually have family roots in the South. Same. But but no, I think about the conflict of that time for like emancipation and rebuilding, and yes, I am in the country area with the Wi-Fi. But for me, what I find sad about the Civil War is not so much why the war happened, because now I get to churning your own butter. Oh god, I would die. I would die 100%. My thing with the Civil War is that the Civil War was something that needed to happen because, like, let's be real. You can't champion yourself as the country that fights for freedom and still have people that are enslaved, you know? Especially at home, because that makes you look like a hardcore, like, hypocrite. But besides that, like, point, what I find really sad about the Civil War was not really the fighting that led to it, but what happened after, where, like, there was a period where it looked like progress was really going to happen and things were really going to change for the better with schools and you know, better access to education in these more like rural areas, and the ability to help like people who are now newly freed, who don't really know exactly what to do with all of that like potential and freedom. And so they kind of like lock up like a deer in headlights. And then it just kind of all went down the chamber pot because, you know, ex-Confederates were very bitter about losing and about having, you know, Yankees come in and kind of tell them what to do. Not necessarily. The Whigs' remnants accelerated what was essentially a secession issue into a full-blown brothers' war. Yeah, more or less. I do think it's interesting how much of the Civil War has been like, at least I'm not sure how they teach it up north, but like, okay, I'm an 18 plus channel. We're gonna go full in on this heavy topic. So if this is not something that you want to listen to or hear about, either mute me so you can still enjoy the art. Please note that these are just my opinions on everything, and they're just my thoughts on the situation, but so way back in I think it was before 2016, there was the whole thing about, you know, the Confederate statues being taken down and, you know, destroyed because they're representations of people who fought for very not kosher reasons, which was to keep people enslaved and to mistreat them and what have you, and also maximize profits, because when your workforce is free labor and you don't have to pay them. North good, South evil. This is what I was taught as Northern. Well, in the South, it's not, it's taught that way, but like, and this is something that I kind of like woke up to when I found out that the the Annabelle doll was in New Orleans and that one plantation home burned down. But like, these antebellum houses that are big, like splendorous, you know, like homes of wealth, right? They were built by those who were enslaved, and you know, very egregious things happened at those houses. Okay, some a bit more hard, some were a bit more worse than others, but the point being is that these places are seen at, or are branded as, like destinations to like go visit and go tour. And then if you add in like the haunted tourism, it's very marketable because, you know, everybody, regardless if you're a skeptic or not, has some interest in like the paranormal and the fact that ghosts, you know, come by and like make stuff move. And I'm kind of, honestly, I'm kind of ashamed to like say this, but it took me watching that, it took me watching other content creators talk about that house burning down and how like actually fucked up it is that these places are treated as like destinations for like spa, hotel resorts, and like wedding destinations. Wedding destinations is like a huge one. And like for me, one of my favorite plantation homes that I love looking at pictures. I've only been to the property I think like twice in my life, but I love looking at the pictures, is Oak Alley Plantation, because I love they have this like driveway that has this that has these oak trees that line either side of it, so when you go up to the house, it's this like really pretty like tree arch. God, it's so pretty and beautiful. And then you realize all the shit that happened there and you're like, this shouldn't be that pretty, but it is. Why do other peeps forget the humanity history in these places? I think it's because we feel so far removed from it. Like, it's sort of like how do I explain it? It's sort of like how some of the like great standing statues in Egypt were carved, were either carved or built by enslaved Jews. But because we view that as history that happened perceivably a long time ago, it's this feeling that it's far enough removed from its history to be okay to look at. And for plantation homes, a lot of people view the plantation homes as what they are, which are houses, which are incredibly decadent and beautiful houses. And in a way, that's what they are. So it makes it harder to also remember that really bad things happen in houses behind closed doors, you know? And it's sort of like how Japan kind of like rebranded itself from like a very imperialist, like no nonsense, I will conquer everybody, to be this like sort of cutesy, like pay attention to the uwu kawaii girl in anime. Because if you actually look at what the Japanese did during World War II, that shit is fucked up. Like, absolutely fucked up. But they don't even teach that in their schools, at least from what I hear. I'm not sure how true that is or not, because, you know, I don't live in Japan, but Japan did like a hardcore like rebrand of itself so everybody would like kind of forget how fucked up they were, and that's kind of the same situation in the South almost when it comes to these plantation homes. But I think there is a way to like appreciate how pretty something is while also recognizing how fucked up the situation is. Because like, if you think about it, if you think about the house that inspired like The Conjuring, or if you think of the Amityville horror house, right? Those are places where egregious like fucked up shit happened, but they're not touted as resorts or wedding destinations. They are touted as like haunted venues that, you know, if you spend the night you might go home with a dark entity of some sort. But beyond that, they're not really like, it's not like a luxury thing to go visit them. And I think that leads to a greater conversation in into, can you recognize like the beauty of these places and appreciate the beauty for what it is, while also understanding that it's important to remember, you know, the history behind it too. Like, I remember talking with my boss when I worked at the TV station, and when they were talking about taking like all the statues down, we had two very different opinions of it. And I'm gonna come across probably as a Southern sympathizer, but I did not think that those statues should have been taken down. And the reason why is not because it was so when the statues were initially put up, they were to glorify the generals who lost in like World War II. They were supposed to be hailed as like heroic symbols of the rebel army that just tried but couldn't, right? Like, that's the initial reason why they're put up. But like, they're up, they were still up for, I think a lot of them have been taken down and put in museums, which, don't get me wrong, is like a good thing, right? But anyways, but my boss and I had a discussion about it, and he's like, well, you know, you wouldn't want like a statue of, say, like Hitler to still be up, you know, out in Germany, because, you know, he was evil, he was a fascist, you know, this, that, and the other. I was like, you're correct, but at the same time, like, it's also history, right? They say that if you forget history, you're doomed to repeat it, number one, but like, number two, if you also like think about it, because like, going back to George Washington, like, George Washington was from Virginia. A lot of the founding fathers were from Virginia. You know who else was in Virginia? A lot of enslaved people were in Virginia because they were working the tobacco farms, you know, that were out there, or sugarcane or whatever else they were growing. I think George Washington was the one that like pioneered like rotating crops at the time, because he was getting absolutely effed over by like British merchants that like were continually pissing him off. But like, we still have, you know, statues of George Washington because George Washington was the one that, you know, saved the country and declared independence. And it's like, okay, well, if we're gonna take down statues of like Robert E. Lee and some of the other people that have like their statues up, then we also need to take down Washington, Jefferson, and all of them, because like history, when you actually like look at history is very circumstantial because it's written by whoever wins, right? Or it's written by sore losers who can't admit that they lost. You see that in the case of the South, where they're like, and I know this is very much like oversimplifying it, but but at the time, it was very much like at the time, this was like, when I say the South, what I mean is the South right after the Civil War ended. Not, what happened? But like, it's very much they were sore about losing, and so they would try to like rewrite history where Lee is seen as like a fallen hero, and Grant, who fought for the Union Army, is this like butcher and bulldog who will stop at nothing. Yeah, to a degree, the honest truth is found in the middle of both stories. Right. And that's important to recognize and remember too. But anyways, but back to that discussion, because I know that discussion makes me look like a sympathizer and evil and what have you, because, you know, wanting to keep those statues up when, you know, they're painful for reminders for other people. And you know, having them in a museum is not a bad option either, because it's still like, it's still a remembrance of the history, but in a place that you can like go visit without it being like a glorified thing either. Right? So like, that's kind of like a good compromise. I gotta be careful when I talk about this kind of stuff, or at least I feel I do, but like, I'm trying to think. Think. Oh, but anyways, but that discussion led to another one, which is, are you able to separate the kind of like, what is it? Can you separate the like issues of the issues of like the people or the person? Can you separate the issues and the kind of like darkness from the art, essentially, from the art and the architecture, right? So like, and to some people you can't, right? But like, if you think about it, plantation homes were also often built by the enslaved, like, because again, free labor, you know, construction costs go way down when your workforce is free, you know, unwillingly, but free. And that's not to say that, you know, maybe they wouldn't want that like shit to be burned to the ground, you know, either, because honestly, if you had spent your whole life somewhere that made your life absolutely fucking miserable, regardless if you built it or not, again, this goes back to the idea of kill your darlings. Like, obviously you would want that shit burned to the ground and never seen again. But anyways, but we talked about this one guy who like pioneered a lot of cinematography like techniques that are used today. But if you actually look at who he is as a person, I think he was like a Klan member. And a lot of his movies, while they had a lot of interesting filming technique and they pioneered like innovation in how to like shoot movies, were also about Klan members. And so it's kind of like, okay, that's not great. But it's real pretty though. You know? I'm not gonna try to keep you on this subject. I don't want you potentially demonetized. However, if you ever discuss this stuff, you got my Insta Discord. Yeah. No, I get it. Sorry, I guess I just worry. Maybe I worry about it too much. Because I'm not looking to like, what is it? I'm not looking for clout. I'm not looking to be seen as like somebody who talks about this kind of stuff. Because, you know, there's like there's an activist-y like spin to it, but like it doesn't mean that I don't have, you know, opinions or thoughts that I feel would be interesting to share. I just want to make sure that if I am in mixed company, it's sharing with respect. Even if not everybody may feel, I don't know. The internet is a very tricky place. And maybe I should just insert foot in mouth, but if you want a more like recent example, like you know, finding out that your favorite artist like does not kosher things with kids, like, does that then taint everything that they've ever been in, even if it's something that you like, you know? Or in the case of, like finding out that like, you know, someone you used to admire may not actually be like a good person. Like, I've often said that people that go down in history as being like great or amazing, like I think the saying is great people are not always great people, if that makes sense. So like, let's take Odysseus for example, right? Because Epic the Musical is like super popular for good reason. All right, don't get me wrong, I like Epic. I listen to some of the songs occasionally. But like, if you think about Odysseus wasn't exactly like a great guy. All right. Especially when it came to like, you know, being stuck with like Circe and what have you. I think people have said that like, even if he, I think Mythos Odysseus is a bit different than like Epic the Musical Odysseus, but like Mythos Odysseus even if he did get with Cersei, like romantic, like to, you know, go play bouncy bed game, like it wouldn't have been considered cheating for the Greeks, because I think I'm gonna disappoint so many people. Yeah, he was Greek. Because the Greeks had very interesting like rules when it came to like relationships and having a wife, which in a modern lens is not very kosher, by the way. Like if you actually look at some of these rules and things that they could like do and get away with. But you know, he's a hero because he went and he fought in the war, and he had dogged determination to come back home after 20 years and slay all of his wife's suitors who were gonna get in her bed whether she wanted it to happen or not. You know? He managed to get every crew member aboard his ship killed. Not by any fault of his own, mind you, but... Or like my ex used to like to reference David and Goliath, and how after David defeated Goliath, David kind of like went off the deep end and tried to marry like other guys' wives or something like that. But I guess the main takeaway that I'm trying to get is, despite what Mythos will tell you, everyone is flawed. Incredibly flawed. If you spend one night at my house, you'll leave with disappointment. Oh, I meant to send that earlier with the haunted houses. No worries, you're good. I'm still here, just doing cooking and laundry, but about to break. No worries, take your time. I'm having a good time. I'm chitty-chatting, I'm talking about things I probably should not be talking about, but beating dead horses that have already been beaten to death. I promise I'm almost finished with this. I'm getting there. I know it's kind of past my like 4-hour mark, but I want to get it done. Cuz I feel like I've just been jibber-jabbing and chit-chatting. You know, I was supposed to do more concept artwork earlier today, and I got distracted by Dead by Daylight. Oh, but if we want to return to an earlier, like, portion of conversation, at least temporarily. Did I not? No, I did not. No, I did not make a color. Did I not? No, I did. Okay. What am I freaking out for? Did it miss one? That's weird. I think I would panic if I went viral, honestly. Be like, oh shit! Run! Hide! Bend down the hatches! We don't have hatches! Bend down something! I think slow to mild growth is probably the way to go because it's easier to like scale things, you know? All right, let's see the work that we did. Look at it! I love when I do cool shit. It's a bit rough. All right, but it's done so well. Hickabiki. I'm not doing hair or shoulders, but so good. I'm so proud of myself. All right. All right, so we have our character emote change, and then we have our tree fall animation. Oh my god, I love when I do cool shit. Ha! Not overnight sensation, 100 concepts by tomorrow. Oh god. I'll cry. Skittles out here trying to make me cry. Okay, hold on. Let me go pee and then I'll do closing arguments and then I'll raid out to somebody. So give me a hot moment. Woo. Okay. Hey. Hit it. Hit it. God, I'm old. I'm old and I'm fat. Alright, I'm back. Okay, so let me think. So tomorrow we're gonna be I'm back, by the way. So hello, hi everybody. I hope you like cheese. Okay, so so clothing statements. Okay, so I don't know what's going on with tits. So throwables are gonna be disabled for the foreseeable future while I figure out what to do. So I do apologize about that. I feel terrible because I love my throwables. My throwables are so fucking funny to me. But that aside, so if you like the content, if you want to see more from me, go ahead and give me a follow so you get notified when I go live. If you want to show, no, that sounds mean, but if you wish to support me and contribute to my snack fund, you can subscribe to my Twitch or my Patreon. I need to rework my Patreon benefits, which is something I've been saying for a while, so I understand if like Patreon may not be a good idea, but at least on Twitch you get an ad-free experience. I am currently doing concept work on the ace cards for the different tarot suits that I've been going back and forth with Yin. So as soon as I get like a final concept that we're gonna go with and we're gonna paint, I've only done one so far and I've got like 4 of them, but as soon as I get them like finalized, I'll post the concepts that I tried, the ones that we're going to be redoing, and once I get approval, I will start a Saturday-ish, either Saturday or Sunday. I gotta be careful because my roommate is home on the weekends, and I do like for him to enjoy his time being at home, so I don't want to like take that away. I'm here now. You have to extend the stream another hour or 2. I can't, zombie, I can't, but I can shout you out. Shout out at not alive. Zombie. I mean, it could be one of those, it depends on when I have work. Okay, I'm gonna figure out how to fit in the like tarot exclusive like stream and set that up for like pay me. I mean, Fantas, I mean, only if you want to. Like, if it's gonna put you in the red, please don't. But, like, if you want to throw a couple bucks, every, monetary, like, contribution does help. But even to just like my VOD, to follow me, you know, lurk and stream, that helps me a lot too. Tell your friends about me. You know, if you hate me, if you like me, definitely tell your friends about me. If you hate me, I don't mind hate watchers. They support my content. But no, jokes aside, but the point is, I have some editing to do on my product photos. I got some critiques back from Yin about some stuff that I need to change around and swap, but I do have my weight kitchen skill, so expect to get some very invasive personal questions within the next week or 2, so I can make letters and send out little sticker packages. I'm so excited. I cannot wait. Like, I don't think y'all know how excited I am to be able to, like, do this. But that aside, let's go find somebody to raid into. I'm not sure what next week's stream schedule is gonna be like, because I haven't gotten my schedule for next week yet. I will know Saturday though, because Saturday I work. I go to the fish market from like 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. I think that's what I was on the schedule for. But anyways, much love. I hope y'all have a good whenever, and let's see who's available to be rated. Yeah, be rated. Trying to see. God, there are a lot of amazing artists that are online right now. What happened? I got a notification. Oh, Peach! Hi, Peach! Hello, Raiders! How are you doing tonight? Get the hype trip going. Worry the Gremlin. Peach! Thank you for raiding! I'm actually about to go right into somebody myself, but we're gonna shout you out. What up, Raid? Welcome to the Abyss and the fishy community. Oh my god, my viewer count jumped. Holy hell. How many people did you bring in here? 9 viewers. Oh my god, yeah. Okay, well, real quick before I go right into somebody then. Raiders, thank you for coming in. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fan. I am the resident fish lady. I am a general variety game and art streamer. Currently, Thursdays, we were working on animation. I actually just did my closing statements to go read out myself, so I hope you don't mind me raiding into somebody else. For those of you that just got off stream, please feel free to go do the post-stream clarity. Go get Wagwa, go to bed, because some of y'all have daytime jobs in the morning. Go get food, you know, all that good stuff. For those of you who wish to stay, I'll share some of my animations that I worked on today. Ordinarily, I would ask, how was stream and what were you streaming? Actually, I still can. So, what were you streaming? Did you win? Did you have many much successness? But, we did level 2 animation exercises you should master. So we did the falling tree. And then we did a character emotion change. So they went from happy to kind of neutral and then like frustrated. Raid into yourself on your second channel and get the hype train going. No, we can't do that. Peach has followed. Oh my god, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you sending the raiders to another raid already. Alright, well, I guess... crapola. Shiitake mushrooms. I guess we'll go visit Drucy for character art. Alright, I hope everybody has a good whenever. Sorry the first impression of me is very brief, but no big. Twitch is tripping, at least for me, but I saw another animator, so I'm glad at least to pop in. Thank you so much. I wish to talk more with you in the future. I'm gonna be back on tomorrow night for co-op gaming with friends. or feasting with friends, as I like to say. But there will be other opportunities to see my art if you ever want to come back and stop by, or if I see you, because I am going to follow you after I raid. Oh my god. So many people. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. We come back later. Alright. Alright, everybody. Much love. Bye-bye! Start raid. Holy shiitake mushrooms.